Hey, I think it's working. Alright. Hey! Oh wow, that's a lot of people already. Hello. How's everyone doing? Apparently I had forgotten to save. Club Studio just reminded me. Hey. Thank you so much. I'm pretty good, thank you. I slept for so long because yesterday I was working on this for like over 20 hours straight. I hope so. I hope it's gonna be good. Because I'm spending a lot of time on it. Why for so long? I don't know. Just sometimes I'm feeling creative that day and I just can't stop drawing. I mean, I do art full time anyway, so you know. I'm always at the computer doing art, so whether it's that or commissions, it's yeah. Thank you so much. If you keep practicing art, you know, and just posting it all the time, eventually you'll probably get hired somewhere. It's just a matter of like being really consistent with what you do and posting a lot. Thanks. It's actually like almost 11 p.m. here. I've been asleep for like quite a long time though, so I'm probably gonna be awake until like, I don't even know how long, but definitely quite late. I mean, I'm literally like drinking an energy drink right now, so. Out of curiosity, who here came here from YouTube notification and who here came from the Discord servers? Just curious to know like the ratio of people. Yes. The background's not gonna take me that long, so as soon as it's finished, I'll skip back to animating. I tried posting the link on Tumblr as well, but Tumblr was down today. Or maybe it's just a desktop version, I don't know. Thank you. Yeah, people do use Tumblr. There's a lot of Owl House fans on there. I kind of like stopped using it for years, and then I don't know. I just wanted to post that my art on a different platform, like as a test, and it seemed to work decently well on there. So a walkthrough of my Bellas cosplay, like you mean like for the scar? Because the outfit, I commissioned the outfit, the masks for Preacher and the kid one I made from scratch. I actually have a tutorial on my Tumblr for like how I made the first mask. Um, the journal, I didn't take that many work in progress photos, I don't think. Let me think. I could take a video for like how I'm making the scar though. It's just like gelatin and something else mixed together. You have to melt it, wait for it to cool down a little bit so you don't like burn yourself. And yeah. Then for the paint I use on top of it, it's a mix between alcohol activated makeup and like classic face paint stuff. can, let me see if I can, like, open a picture of it. Let me save one from Discord and, like, open it in here. I've got quite a few, actually, because, I've done, like, every version of him you can think of. Almost. So... give me just 1 minute and I'm gonna find the photos. AU versions. Oh god, that would never end. There's already so many canon versions of him. God, I know I posted them somewhere in the cosplay stuff, I think. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna open that one. Let me just make a new... because my thing is synced to Club Studio right now, but let me just grab them. Okay. So I've done those versions. That one is the most recent one I've done. Hey, Travis. People are asking to see my cosplay, so I'm trying to find the photos now. I know I've got like some really good ones of the other one. God, there's so many. Hold on, give me just a minute. Well, for now you can see them, I guess. Like, if I find them, like, soon, I'll post them. I'll just work on the background in the meantime, but yeah. That's not an AU. I'm basing all the, animation on canon stuff. So that's supposed to be, like, the time between, like, so I'm gonna spoil, like, some season 2 stuff, so just so you know. So that's supposed to be between the time where he's, like, finding Caleb, but, like, so before he killed him, obviously. So I'm trying my best to stick to canon, but obviously we don't have that many elements, so it's a little harder. Yeah, I know of a couple AUs. I'm just like someone who likes to stick to canon more. There's one that's really, really dark out there. It's called Brother's Keeper, I think. That one is like dark. I remember someone had made Wolfwalker's AU of Caleb, and that was super adorable. I really like that one. Oh, I see. That's alright. I mean, you know, canon's not for everyone. That's the thing with art, we can create whatever we want. I do have my own AU, I guess. I just don't like to share too much of it. I don't know why. I prefer posting canon stuff. My AU art is more like for me type thing. Oh yeah, I've seen that's like a swap AU, isn't it? Where Caleb's the one making the Grimwalkers. Oh, don't worry about mistyping stuff. It's completely fine. I'm pretty sure there are other, like, yeah, there are AUs out there where, because before, like, people knew that, I guess Philip and Bellis were the same people, I'm guessing that, you know, they were a bunch of AUs where they were different people or something like that. Hey, Animation! How are you doing? How do you do your clean lines? Just, I'm not sure, I just have a really steady hand. But I do for like animation, I ink in Toon Boom Harmony, if this helps. Yeah, confident lines, definitely. I try to like not zoom in too much, so like I've done like this whole thing so far like zoomed out. I find that this helps me a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and hello. Welcome to the stream. How do you plan your animations? I, I don't know. I mean, I'm still like very very new to animating. Like I've animated some like small stuff before, like you know things like 1 to 2 second scenes, I would say, but never anything like this. Usually when I've did like animated projects before, I would like hire people to animate, so I would do the storyboard or the animatic and then have animators like animate it for me. So that's the first time that I actually do it like myself to that extent. So I don't know how I like planned them. I kind of just like imagine the movement in my head, and then I in between it, and I slowly go back and forth to see like if the arcs work together and things like that. But there's definitely still a lot of like experimenting with what I do because I don't really know what I'm doing for the most part. I'm not really like usually hired for animation when I do work on other people's projects. I'm usually hired for backgrounds. That's what I do for like a job. So I'm definitely more confident in giving advice on like, let's say, backgrounds rather than animating. I'm still at the stage where I'm like, oh, I didn't think that would look okay, but it does, I guess, of animation. I'm gonna be streaming like a little bit of animation cleanup later though, so I guess I'm gonna do a bit of cleanup and maybe I'll animate like a tiny bit of that because that's gonna be a simple scene to animate, so. I still have that whole scene of like Philip and Caleb to clean up. I'm not part of the Owl House team, but I wish I was. When I say I worked on backgrounds, I was on other shows. I was on Miss Crystal. Wow, I can't speak today. Mystery Skulls Animated. I was on Husband and Hell of a Boss. I was on Addict. I was on Zoophobia. I was on a bunch of YouTuber projects. But definitely not the Owl House, sadly. I wish though. You have no idea how many people actually ask me that, and I'm always like, I wish. I mean, you know, I don't even know how to apply for it because it's Disney. Like, I don't know if they have like a website where you apply to, or if it just come to you. I'm not sure. I usually when I like work on projects, it's like people asking me to work under stuff. So I've never like actually applied to things properly, so I don't even know how to. I don't know how to apply. Like, do they have like a form somewhere, or do I like just tweet at Dana like, hey, do you have jobs for me? I know that for pitching actual shows, which I've done before, you have to like know someone, which is really bizarre, but you have to pretty much know someone who like, uh, let's say at Netflix, and then they'll like, you know, hear your project. But like, if you don't know anyone, I don't even know how you do it because you just need to get like their contact info from somebody. Oh, what's a PA? I'm definitely gonna have a look though. Oh, I see. I don't know. I mean, I definitely want to, that's for sure. So you know what? Maybe I'll like just wait to finish this, and when I finish it, I'll just tweet it at Dana and see what happens. Because there's only like 2 episodes left as well, so I'm not even sure there is even work like to be given at that point for. I mean, I would assume like maybe background artists would always be needed. I'm not sure. God, imagine if like the only scene I get to work on is like something like a scene where Philip dies or something. God. Hey, how are you doing? I have no idea how to contact Dana. I mean, I know she's on Twitter a lot, so I guess tweeting at her would be one way to do it. I would lose my mind if I got hired in the L House, though. Hey, I'm almost done with this, so I'm gonna be switching to animation soon. As for backgrounds, the way I do it is pretty much I just look at backgrounds from the show and I try my best to like copy every like little drawing pattern that they have, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I'd get hired. Oh, thank you. And yeah, you should definitely try working on backgrounds. That's how you improve doing them. I don't know if I'd get hired, to be honest, though, because it's, I don't know, it's Disney, you know, you have to be like at a really high level there. Like, not to crap on my own work, but like Disney is like, I don't know. Indie productions is one thing, and then there's Disney animation. I don't even know if you need to be in like America to do it, because I'm from the UK, so. Thank you, and hello. I know, Travis, everyone in that fandom's really nice. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't even know if they hire people from like the UK. I could try though, but I kind of want to finish this first and then tweet it at her, so I have like an actual finished finished product to show. You know, like if she just retweets it or like likes it or comments on it, that would already be like fantastic for me. So I just want her to like see it. Oh wow, you did? How? Thank you. How did you indirectly work for Disney? Your animations are really good though, so I'm not even surprised. Oh, that's really cool. Well, congratulations on that. It's funny with like the backgrounds because some of them I look at them and they have black line work and some of them have colored lines, so I never really know like which one to follow, so it usually depends on, which background it is, I guess. Like usually they have colored lines, but I've seen a lot of them have black lines, so I'm not quite sure. I'll add some colors to them. Not like everywhere, maybe. Alright. I think that one's finished. Actually, maybe one more. Ah. There we go. Hey, long time no see as well. Alright, let me switch to Toon Boom now. Hopefully nothing crashes, because I've got so many things open at the same time. This scene might end up going, by the way, so don't. Alright, so... I don't know why I'm doing everything in one file. I think like Toon Boom is gonna hate me at the end of this. I'm amazed that like it hasn't like crashed and corrupted everything yet. I have a lot of like multiple saves, but I would not recommend to do what I'm doing right now. Alright, so the first background is right here. And that changed quite a bit since the other one, so import images. That one has 2 layers. Guys, I swear to God, I'm not working for Disney. I wish. Like, I know, like, I've been asked this a lot, and I really wish I was, but I'm not. I'm really flattered that you think that, though. This one, and that's 2. I'm actually, oh, thank you, you guys are so nice. I actually don't mind backgrounds being reused as long as, like, I get credit for them. I have, like, a whole Dropbox folder where I drop them off, and then I let people, like, reuse them for their own art if they want to. I don't mind that, as long as, you know, you tell people where it's from. Don't want something to be too thick, but if it's too thin, it's gonna be out of style. Thank you so much! Making up like for the animation, you mean? Wait, did I? I might edit that background a little later. I just realized that I shouldn't have put snow under that thing, but actually, I guess there could be snow under there if there was enough wind to, because it's not that deep. Or maybe I could just transition the snow into a rock background. I'm not 1000% sure yet. Oh, yeah, I could. Thank you. You're also nice, really. It's kind of funny, like, I didn't expect that much positivity, like, from just drawings of most hated characters of fandom, but, you know, thank you for that. I post, like, a lot of progress stuff on Tumblr, though, so I guess, like, that can count as a making of? I'm not sure. My animatic like has changed a little bit with the timing and everything as I'm making it, because sometimes I get like new ideas for shots, or like I feel like some scenes, you know, would work being timed better. Like I have the final animatic already, I just haven't posted it because then it would kind of spoil everything. Also, I know he only has one shoe buckle that, like, you know, when we see him, but that's before the beard era, so I guess he hasn't lost it yet. I mean, you know, they can hate him all they want. I'm not gonna stop making, you know, art of him, so... You know, if people don't like it, they can just block and move on, and that's it, really. I mean, obviously, you know, if he was a real person, we wouldn't like him, but... He's a really well-written character, and we can appreciate that. And Disney is not gonna give us a proper backstory for him, I guess, so I'm making it now. It's like, I hate how, like, there's so much implied about his character and just they don't show it. I'm like, guys, no! Just give us an episode about him already. It's like the entire show pretty much, like, happened because he exists. Like, when you think about it, like, Luz wouldn't even be in the Boiling Isles if he hadn't existed, because he's the one who, like... I mean, Ida is where she is now, I guess, you know, because he did all those bad things, so... I really hope they do a spin-off or something, like a comic, anything, to show, like, what happened before the show. Yeah, we haven't even seen like Caleb being animated either, which is really bizarre because he's such a big part of the story too. Like, I mean, he's literally Hunter's I don't even know what you call like the parent of a clone. It's not really a parent, but you know what I mean. God, that scene is so zoomed out, like I can't put too many details in there, but also the reason why the lines for the color patterns, I guess like that, are blue. It's because then I can do this. So the guide for the lines is gonna stay when I transfer it to the color layer, but I don't want those lines to stay visible, so then I'll just, you know, hide the opacity on the line work. He is traumatized. I mean, that's okay. So this part is when he went to the demon realm and he was looking for Caleb. But I mean, I'm assuming that Caleb, I'd like Evelyn to show him around the demon realm. So if no one knew that, you know, Philip was there, I'm guessing that no one really like showed him like what food to eat and what stuff like that. So he was probably like super traumatized just by being there. To be fair, that probably like contributed a lot to the fact that he hates the, you know, everything about the demon realm. I have a feeling we're gonna see Caleb animated. I have a feeling we're gonna see like maybe through Hunter's like memories, because I've seen some like people say that now that, you know, with what happened with Flapjack, that means that Hunter has Flapjack's memories, so he would have like Caleb's memories too. I don't know if like that's even like true or not. That's just like, you know, a theory. I mean, we know that Gus knows, so maybe we can like, you know, have flashbacks that way. I don't know if anyone's picked up on that detail, by the way, but like instead of wearing the coat, is like holding the coat to do a parallel with that one scene I made where Caleb gave him the coat, so it kind of like he's making it seem like Caleb gave him the coat again, I guess. If yeah. I'm doing good. What about you guys? Philip is not gonna apologize to Hunter. There's no way. He's too far gone. Hey. You know what? I wonder if I can link my stream to Instagram. Hey, let me try. Like, give me just a minute. I'm gonna share the link. Because I think I can post links on there now. Yep, I posted it. Alright. There's so many like inconsistency of the code. There's there's parts where he has only 3 stripes on it, and then some parts where there's more. But you know, I'm gonna go via the canon of when we see him with the beard and say he has only 3. I mean, I think the only way you could like see him. The thing though is that he hasn't seen like human evolution, so he doesn't really know that things have changed, I guess. So it makes sense for his character that he wouldn't have changed his mind all these years. Because I'm pretty sure, let's say, 400 years from now, people are gonna, you know, believe in very different things than they do now. So I imagine if we ended up, you know, 400 years in the future, we wouldn't know anything about the culture, and we'd probably be like upsetting a lot of people, I guess, with the way we live now. There's probably a bunch of things we do wrong now that, you know, we don't know yet that is wrong, or that we know but we do it anyway. That would be like, I don't know, it makes sense, I think, for his character to be that way. And it makes sense, you know, that you wouldn't believe it when, like, Luz tells him, like, hey, we don't believe that anymore because he hasn't seen it. But the thing, though, I really hate that they didn't address, I guess, is that he was in the human realm in present time. But I guess maybe he hasn't seen much of it and was just hanging out in the forest, like, eating dead animals or whatever, but it was really... I don't know, I really wish we had seen him, you know, like, in his human form in the human realm, because, like, I wanted to see him react, I guess, to things. Oh yeah, he definitely believes that he's right. Hey Mars, how are you doing? Oh, thank you. God, that one, like, shot of him is so tiny. I'm trying to not add too many details, but, like, damn. Hey, I mean, I don't really have like rules aside from like, you know, the usual don't like be mean, don't post like racist or weird shit in the chat. Maybe avoid swear words. I mean, just be a decent person and you're fine, really. Those are my only chat rules. I think I really wonder like how like aware he is in his monster form, because he seemed like he really like lost his mind in the latest episode. Like he kept calling Hunter Caleb. It kind of feels like he wasn't like all there, you know, in that episode. I don't know. I have a feeling that like the beast form is, I don't know, like it's him, but like part of him isn't. If that makes sense, it's hard to explain. Yeah, he was definitely not sane in that form, that's for sure. I mean, however sane, you know, he, he can be in his actual form, you know what I mean, though. Yeah, I agree with you, Morris, because like he seemed like he was completely losing it. I mean, usually he's like, even when he's mad, he's able to be collected and stuff. But like calling Hunter Caleb is like, yeah, he's not all there yet right now. See you guys. Oh my god, there's a lot of people in that stream, I just realized. It's probably the most people I've had in a stream like ever. I know technically in style, the characters shouldn't have that much shading if they're that far away, but this is a dramatic shot, so it requires extra shading. Visha is adorable. I'm pretty sure it's gonna become canon. I'm actually like really surprised that he didn't know about Flapjack during the. So I don't know if you remember, like there was that episode where Hunter, like the first time we see him without his mask, he was like, "Were you spying on me, Hunter?" And like Flapjack made a noise, and he knew immediately that Hunter was there, but he didn't know about Flapjack. Like he must have known, right? Or maybe it was just an inconsistency. I don't know. It was just kind of bizarre. He's definitely in like mental breakdown mode in this frame. Yeah, there's just a tiny bit of it. If you look like really closely on the portrait where we see him like in the demon realm, I think he has like a tiny bit of it. I forgot like which one it was. Like there's one where we can see as a tiny bit of it, so I'm trying to include like as much of the portraits that I can in there. Caleb and Hunter are not the same person. Oh god. You're gonna anger the fandom if you say it. Hunter wants to be his own person. What I really want to know as well is like how. I want to know if Evelyn knew that Caleb was a witch hunter, because was she just cool with the fact that he used to kill witches back home? Was she just like, you know, at least change now? Because they were both witch hunters. I really want to know how that went down. Or if you just never told her. But I mean, she must have known, right? I don't know. There's so many things I want to know that they just don't explain. I mean, I know he changed for the better, but he still probably killed a bunch of people. No, there's no way Evelyn was a witch hunter. I think Evelyn was a Clawthorn. I mean, it's very heavily hinted at. Why isn't this in the show? I don't know. It's not end. It's just like I want to know like answers on how, you know. I want to know how their relationship went when she found out, or like if she knew. It's just interesting, and they don't show it. There's so much of it they don't show. We've all had a case of Mondays. Oh god. would she be a witch hunter though? Like, did she just live in the village with them or something? And was like, yeah, I'm with you guys, but she was actually not. That would be the most insane plot twist, like, I've ever seen if it was real. Hey! Yeah, like, the powers, there's... Okay, there's something else I want to know. Like, that giant heart that was beating in his throne room, what the fuck was that? What was that? And, like, why was it never seen again? Is it just, like, an idea they had and when they scraped it? And also, can he die? Or, like, is it a curse that he's immortal now? Because I guess you could see that as a curse, too. I mean, because the thing is... I mean, after what the collector did, you know, you would think that there's no way he would have survived that. But if he survived that, like, can he even die anymore? He probably not. Oh god. You know what? Before we knew anything about him, before we knew, like, you know, the face reveal and everything, when we just saw that thing, I thought that was his heart. And that, you know, if you destroy it, then you kill him, I guess. But then, you know, that made no sense either, because it's like, why would you keep that, you know, where anyone can access it, I guess? Or maybe it's... you know what? I have no idea what it is. I can't think of any explanation for it. Especially because it's freaking massive. But if it was the heart of the Titan, why would he need, like, Titan's blood so bad? Like, he had so little Titan's blood, and, like, you need blood to, you know, make a heart work. So, if that was a Titan's heart, then he could just use that all the time. I really think that the heart thing was something that they did, and then they had the idea with the collector and they scraped whatever the hell that idea was. I think that's what it is, because I cannot think of any explanation as to why this heart would be there. I wish someone would ask her when she does a panel. I mean, I guess she's not doing panels anymore now, but I wish someone had asked that question. I can't remember if it was ever seen again or not, too. Because... was it still in his throne room, like, in the room, like, next time we saw it? I can't remember. I just remember it was there and then it wasn't. It was just the aesthetics. It's kind of like all the weird fleshy stuff when he was, like, in his castle when he was fighting Luz. What the hell was that? I really think, like, there was another direction this was gonna take at some point, and this was scraped, because all the weird fleshy stuff, like, just are never seen again. Oh, I see, it was still in the room, yeah. I want to know what the glyphs do on his arms. Like, okay, so my theory is that the glyphs... My theory is that he spoke to the collector before finding the tablet thingy. Because he knew where the tablet was. So I feel like the collector just told him, you know, where to dig it up. And he just needed someone to, like, keep the Stone Sleeper busy while he was, like, retrieving it, I guess. But I think the collector is the one who told him to do, to carve the glyphs in his arms. And that's how he got his powers. And because at some point they say that like there was a point where witches used glyphs and they didn't have, you know, the like they didn't do the circle magic thingy. So it would make sense that he could do any spell with just glyphs on his arms. That would make a lot of sense, but then I think the glyphs I don't I think the glyphs need to be powered by something, and that's where the talisman happened. And then a side effect of that was that it also like made his lifespan like expand. That's my theory. I could be wrong, but it. Hey. Anyway, you can send fan art. You can send me fan art on Twitter at. Here. There you go. So, with the glyphs as well. So we know that the beast happens because he consumed talisman, because that was confirmed. But he seemed to already have it like before he found Caleb. And I'm really wondering if someone like the collector tricked him into like doing that, because it makes no sense that he would have wanted to live for like 400 years before finding Caleb, because I feel like if he had like quote unquote succeeded into bringing Caleb home or whatever, that maybe they would have just went home and continued their like witch hunt stuff together, or like either that or brought other humans with them in the demon realm to like do witch hunting stuff together, I guess, in a group. I feel like the 400 years like living, you know, lifespan only happened because like he realized he needed more time. But if that's the only thing that the talisman do. Wait, no, because he said that's how he does his like arm thingy, so he needs it for magic too. And he already had like glowing eyes and stuff when he found Caleb. So that means that someone must have told him how to do that, because how the hell would he have, you know, figured that out on his own? Oh god, Jacob. No, I really hope we never see Jacob again. He's probably the character I despise the most in this show at all. He's so dumb. Oh, that's a good I didn't notice that the heart was still being hard and beating. You know what? I don't know what it is then. Yeah, Jacob is just ew. I Yeah, Jacob has no excuse to believe the shit he does, because Jacob has access to the internet, you know, and to, you know, evolution and all that. And not only that, but he owns like a museum of some kind, so that's even worse. Or I guess he worked there, he doesn't own it, but yeah. Yeah, I like that he got arrested too, that was pretty cool. Honestly, Philip, like, kicking Jacob's ass would be absolutely hilarious. Like, he's probably his idol or whatever, and then, like, even he would hate him. I see. Yeah, Philip will literally just petrify him in like 3 seconds. It wouldn't be a fair fight, that's for sure. Imagine like just like Jacob puts on his armor and he just like stumbles over and then he can't get up because it's too heavy. And Philip just petrifies him like when he's on the ground. He just stays like that forever. Yeah, it would be very funny, honestly. As a trembling guy death pose, yes. Philip would destroy Jacob even in his goop form. Oh my god, yes. Oh, thank you. Jacob sleeping on the goop and dying would be like the funniest thing. Like, Philip's not even trying, but he still kills him somehow. I would absolutely never animate that. But please go ahead. I love how we just like hate Jacob, like all of us, just, you know, united on that front. I'm gonna refill my drink, so I will be back in like literally just a minute. I'm back. Oh, chat anarchy. Oh god. Oh, Dahlia hate club. Yeah, I'm definitely in there too. Oh, Dahlia is just. She's so bland. I feel like Jacob and Odalia are like on the same level. Imagine if Jacob and Odalia ended up with each other. Well, I guess not, because Odalia is a witch, but they deserve each other. Yeah, Terra's pretty bad too. So I use different colors because then, you know what, I'm just gonna show you. Because then I can go back to those colors and just hide them. It's just like a thing I do because it's easier to keep track of them. And for the white in the eyes, it's because the white line has to go over the black circle inside. So I just temporarily put it like purple, and then I'm gonna turn it back to white. Alright, so for that one, I'm just gonna do shaking animation, so this is only gonna have like 3 frames. So the way I'm gonna do that is I'm just gonna pretty much redraw it really, and like the wobbliness of the lines should be enough to make it shaky. Philip was definitely bullied because in the telling of the story, it says that he and Caleb became witch hunters to fit in with this town. So it kind of implies that the town wasn't very welcoming to them. Maybe like they were suspected of being witches or something because they came from like, you know, God knows how, like where. And the villagers were like, oh, who are like these people? We don't know them. Yeah, I have pencil tests for like some of them, but for simple stuff like that, I don't. Like if the movement is fairly simple, I'll just, you know, make like the first and second frame in sketches and then in between with inks directly, because it saves a ton of time. Yes, I'm doing this on a computer. Okay, I really want to know, like, where does it come from that Philip is left-handed? Because I've seen that written a lot, but then I went back to, like, the episode where he's writing in his journal, and he's writing with his right hand. Like, I've seen a lot of people say that there's hints in the show that he's left-handed, and I really want to know, like, what it is, because I haven't picked up on it. The thing, though, is that when he was writing in his journal, when Luz and Lilith were gone, he was writing alone with his right hand. So if he was left-handed and like no one was watching, wouldn't he be writing with his left hand too? Oh, I see. Was it when he had his staff though? Because if he holds his staff with his right hand, that would make sense. I guess that, you know, he needs his left hand to do other stuff. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, he would have definitely been trained out of it. As bad as this is to like train yourself, you know, out of using your left hand, that must be pretty handy to be able to use both after a while. Like if something happens to, you know, one of your hands and you still have the other one. I knew one person in my like school like years ago who used to be able to use both hands, but he was born like that. It was pretty interesting. I think he used to like write with his left hand mostly, and then he would play tennis with his right hand or something like that. I can't remember, but like depending on what he was doing, he was using different hands, and he could use like both perfectly. It was pretty impressive. I'm actually curious, for those of you who have been trained out of like using your left hand, do you like look back on it and now you like you're like using both? Like, do you find it handy that you were like being taught that, or like do you wish you never like? I feel like if it was taught in a context of like, hey, that's a good skill you can have, and this is bad to use your left hand, it could be like a pretty good skill to like teach literally like everyone, you know, like teach right-handed people to also use their left hand. And oh, I see. So it still doesn't feel natural, like even after all these years. I've tried using my left hand to draw before, and it was like an absolute disaster. So I can't even imagine how hard it must be to like, you know, have to learn to use the hand that you're not supposed to. Like, you know, that you don't know how to use. It's kind of, I don't know why people like don't like left-handed, you know? Like how it started. That's kind of dumb. Let people use whatever hand they want. Have a good night. Oh, I see. That sucks. Would you want to go for like training to like learn how to use your natural hand? Like, would that help? Hey. Yeah, I can do that on the same device. So I use something called Streamlabs. So you pretty much like links your YouTube to like your streaming to like the software. And then I schedule a stream, so I choose like my thumbnail and everything. uh and pretty much you select like the window that you want to stream. So let's say if I want to stream with Toon Boom, I'll just like have the Toon Boom window selected. And um I'm just gonna have him shaking because he's inside a cave, so I don't think he would. I'm gonna have like the fingers move a tiny bit, I think. I'm kind of like just, you know, figure it out as I do it, to be fair. So the hair is gonna move just a tiny bit because his head is gonna move a little bit as well. So the way I do it here is that I'm gonna trace over it to make it more like wobbly-ish, but then I'm gonna move like everything together, I think. Just a tiny bit. Oh, I didn't notice a dagger was in his left hand. That's pretty interesting. So I export the thumbnail as like a PNG file, and then when you, in YouTube, when you like schedule a stream, it asks you what thumbnail you want to use. And so you just select it from there. There are probably like video step-by-step tutorials that would be like way more useful than me like telling you of a stream. If you look up something like, you know, set up Streamlabs with YouTube or something like that, I think you could be able to find some step-by-step stuff. Because I know you have to set up Streamlabs as well. I just can't remember how. Because I've had it for years now, and I cannot remember how I did it. So that I'm going to keep as it is, because it doesn't make sense the eyes would like change shape, I guess. I'm gonna just move them a tiny bit. He could be ambidextrous, or he could. It really depends, because I mean, it does make sense that he would have been taught out of using his left hand, you know, because of the times. Or he could have been born like that too. That would be another option. And I only knew one person in my whole life though who could, you know, do that from birth. So I don't know like how common it is. The reason why I trace first and then I move it is because I want the shape looks more consistent that way. I'm gonna be here for a while though. I'm gonna clean up that other one I did with Hitman Caleb after that. I don't think there's a color palette of him in the snow though. So I'm gonna have to make that up. Really, I didn't know that. Like, I know that there are people who are trained out of using their left hand, so they can use both. But like that, it's a thing that they can use both from birth. I think it's a lot more rare. Usually, people who can do both have been taught to do that. So pretty much the way I'm moving them is like I'm trying to figure out how things would like react with each other if one moved and the other, you know? Well, I don't have that many subscribers, and I don't post that very often. Well, until recently, at least, so... I'm not that surprised that only, quote-unquote, only 30 people are watching. That's quite a lot more than people than, you know, what I'm used to, so I'm actually pretty happy that 30 people are here. I wish we knew how his staff works. I have a feeling that the staff is somehow linked to the glyphs on his arm. I wonder actually if he made the staff because he didn't want people to see he can't do like magic like them with the little like circle thingy. And so the staff would be like a way to like kind of like a fake thing, I guess, so he doesn't quite need it. But he like uses it to like make it look like he's not, you know, doing magic differently. That would be pretty interesting. Thank you. So that is gonna go like this. I think I'm only gonna do 3 frames for that one because that scene is actually really short too. And I'm gonna make it loop somehow. I'm pretty sure you can do this, you know, eventually. You just need like a lot of practice because my first couple drawings of him didn't look quite as like show accurate as this one. I've drawn him like hundreds of times, like to an obsessive amount to be able to like draw him like that. It's just like practice, really. So I did go to art school, but So I went to school for 3D, which has nothing to do with that. Because my mom told me that there was no future in 2D animation and that, you know, no one does that anymore, quote unquote. And she didn't want me studying 2D. And so, yeah. So what I learned, I usually learn for like watching people stream speed paints, things like that. And just trial and error. Also, I'm terrible at 3D. Like, I can do it a little bit, but I'm not that knowledgeable. Because I hated it. Because I was forced into learning it. And what's funny is that the school still let me do my student film in 2D. And that was the film that they liked the most, and I got my first job, like, from that. And that was really funny because this whole time, like, my mom was like, hey, don't do this, no one's gonna care. And it's actually what got me my first job, but you know. Yeah, 200 in the span of 2 months is pretty good. I will say that I really hate the mentality of like 3D is better than 2D because it's, you know, both are hard things to do. There's not one that's better. It's not a spoiler. I mean, not really. Like, everything I'm using is, you know, like based on canon from the show, but like, it's not anything that hasn't been released yet. That's just something that's been implied in the portraits from Hollow Mind, like the scene I'm doing right now. Actually, am I the only one here who listens to songs like in loop for like hours until I get bored and then I switch to new songs? Because that's pretty much the reason I'm not streaming music as well. During my stream, I've been stuck on the same song for like hours now and I can't stop listening to it. Yeah, animation takes forever. Like, I've only done like, I think total I'm at about 20 something seconds of animation and it's been like 6 days. Alright, let's see now. I guess it's not like that much of a long time, but you know, when you think of how much there is to be done, there's like a minute 13 seconds, so. This one has about like 12 frames per second. I think you don't need to be like a speed demon to be in the industry. Like, there are definitely crunch times and stuff, but especially if you work in like. I don't work in like actual studios, I work for indie productions, and they're usually very like, very, you know, they let you work. I mean, I guess within reason, right? But they're pretty flexible with like the speed everyone goes at. They'll just like give you more work the quicker you go. Usually. At least that's how it worked for me. 2 minutes in a semester is pretty good, I think. Especially if you are on your own. I kept forgetting to sip on my drink, and I hope it doesn't start losing its fizz now. Sometimes I do that. I make tea as well, and then I'll just completely forget that it's there. And then it's cold, and I have to reheat it, and it's just not good. Yeah, honestly, that's really good. This is definitely like the one where I need to be like extra precise, because anything that's like slightly out of shape is gonna be very obvious when I play it. The one before that, I'm kind of debating on doing just 2 frames, or just like leaving it a still frame because it's gonna be seen from so far away. Like, would we even see him like shake from that far away? I don't know. I think I'm gonna export that scene as like a separate thing as well, because maybe I'll reuse it for something else because it's so short. Like, I'm using some audio that's like sort of limiting me in like the length of what I'm doing. And I really wish I could have more time to like expand on that scene. Just a second or two more. Maybe I'll like export that one separately and I'll add a blink to it or something like that. By the way, if you want to know what music I'm listening to at the moment, I'm gonna type it in the chat. Because it's really good. I think it's the best cover of that song that I've seen out there. I like it even better than the original. That tool is so handy, I use it all the time. The like deformer tool. Hello. Oh, hello. She's a person who makes content for the wiki. That's pretty cool. I haven't used GIMP since like God, I don't even know. Like I think it's been like a decade since I've used GIMP, so I don't know how much it's changed. I remember that back then it was fairly limited, but I'm gonna assume that it's evolved a lot throughout the years. It's funny because I remember like the only two softwares I used to have was like actually so when I started drawing before I had a tablet, I used to draw with a mouse on GIMP and then on Macromedia Flash MX because that was the name of Animate before they like changed it. That was a cracked version, and then someone gave me a cracked version of Photoshop as well. It was I think 2003 Photoshop or something. But now what I use for backgrounds is Clip Studio Paint, and what I use for animation is Toon Boom Harmony. I use a deform tool in Clip Studio quite a bit as well. They made like a liquify tool. Oh my god, that's so good. The liquify tool is really good, and when you use vectors, there's an equivalent of it where you can like move your lines around, and that's so handy when you line. Yeah, it's really good. I know some people use TV Paint as well, but I cannot stand TV Paint. It's more like I'm not used to the interface, and like I tried and it was confusing me so much. I think it's because this one is like at least to me it feels closer to Animate, which was what I was used to than TV Paint does. But I know a lot of people prefer TV Paint, so I would like try both if you can and like to decide which one you like better. I just can't with TV Paint. Like I need my vectors. I don't know if TV Paint has vectors. It's just I know the lines like were so wobbly when I was trying it too. I don't know like if it was an issue with the software or something, but like the lines were always like weirdly deformed. Animate is like it crashes so much. I've never had a software crash so much. Actually, never mind. No, After Effects is worse. After Effects crashes constantly as well, but Animate is pretty up there too. Only one Animate crash. How did you do it? Like all my friends who still use it, I've been complaining about it so much. You must have like the strongest computer then. I've also had an issue one time where Animate crashed and it literally just corrupted my entire file. So like, I couldn't even reopen it, it just was dead. I had to redo all of it. I'm almost done, I can't wait to play it. And hopefully nothing went wrong. Yeah, I've heard that Toon Boom is also the industry standard. Every time I worked on a project, it was Toon Boom required. Like even for indie projects, I mean. I'm gonna show you a trick, by the way, when I color, that is gonna make you love Toon Boom immediately. Alright, so first... Now let's see if it worked or not. Okay, I can definitely change that to yeah, it works. Welcome back. All right, now actually I might change one last little thing. Let me see if never mind. You know what, I could actually never mind. I'm gonna leave it like that. Alright, so select apply to all frames. Now, if I want a color, so I'm gonna first make a new palette, which is, I'm gonna call it Philip Snow. So I'm going to yep, that one is actually, you know what, I'm gonna make it blue. That one, blue. And this is gonna become that. Alright, now I go back to the color layer. Now, but it applied it to all the frames at once. Also, that one. Let's do it again. Here we go. And now all the frames got colored at the same time. It's only 3 frames. And now, here we go. So it's not exact, so sometimes, you know, you have to go back and manually fill in the frames that didn't, like, work in. But in most cases, if you use that, it will fix everything for you. Whoa. Alright, let me check the chat again. Oh, it's completely fine. What brush do you use? As a default brush from Toon Boom. How do I pick colors? Sometimes I color pick them, like most of the time from, you know, screenshots from the Owl House, but here I just like manually color pick them just because I want them to be fitting with the specific background I have in mind. And now I'm going to adjust all of them, so I'm going to go to Tint Panel, and all of them except the line work, blend, so actually just the shade ones, so shade, 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 shade. Alright, that should be all of them. So preview. I want to darken all of these shadows. Yes. And then I feel like the skin and the Yep. And then I think those ones maybe and the coat. Where did you learn? By watching videos online, for the most part. Here we go. Whoa, there's an error right there. Here we go. Let me take a sip of my drink now. I'm probably gonna add snow, but I'll just do it in After Effects at the end, because there's some really cool tools to do that. Oh, I'm so happy about how it came out. Let me export that as a GIF. So then I can post it. Alright, now there's that one. That one, I mean, it's the same thing, but I think I'm only gonna do 2 frames because it's so small. That one is so tiny, I think 2 frames will do, and I'll make them like barely move. I'm just gonna redraw everything like kinda as it is, I think. And that should do the trick. Hey, nice to see you. Alright, so this one is just gonna have 2 frames. I know some of the lines look a little messier, but like it's because the more you zoom in with vectors, that's what happens. But when you know, zoom out, it's gonna look fine. Because vectors have like infinite zoom, so like there will always be, I guess, like imperfections when you... Actually, no, the eyes I'm gonna keep from that frame. I feel like the other ones aren't gonna take nearly as much time just because these ones like have to be very precise with the line work just because, you know, everything is so tiny and close together. Thank you so much. I see some rabbits in here. I'm not sure what it means, but they're cute. In the chat, I mean. Hey. Which I've never seen, but I'm really excited to do. Would you guys prefer me watching me animate something from scratch, or like on a new scene, or clean up that one scene I had of Caleb giving Philip his coat? Which I've never seen, but I'm really excited to work on, which I've already done the background for as well. Oh, hello, Ice. I don't know why I just didn't realize that was you the whole time. I tend to like recognize people via their like profile pictures. I don't know why, but I just have it like very visual memory. And every time people like change their profile pictures or like the username is slightly different, I get confused. I feel kind of dumb now for not knowing it was you this entire time. I had the same Discord icon for like years, and the one I have now is literally the only time I've ever changed it. I knew someone who would also change their username every like I don't not maybe okay, maybe not every week, but they change their username every like month or so, and I was always so confused, like I never knew who they were on Discord anymore. It was like something very like vastly different every time too. Your icon's pretty cool, Jamie. I like it. think I've had that icon on my channel since like I created it. I can't remember ever changing it. I used to post so much about my OCs and stuff, and I feel like every social media I have has just been like Billos content now. I feel kind of bad for everyone following me who probably hates him, and he's like, oh, I'm seeing that on my feed again today. I'm I mean, I just like practice hands. Like you just gotta draw like entire sheets of them, and eventually, you know, you'll pick up on them. What's harder is to draw them in a specific art style, but then you just draw them repeatedly in that art style, and eventually you'll pick up on it. He does have a really pretty voice. I like his voice as Philip too, though. I know like some people don't like it very much, but I really do like it. I have this suspicion though that they only hired two different people just because they wanted to like throw people off into like, you know, not wanting to guess he was Philip like immediately, I guess. Maybe from like the cast list or something. Cause like there is no reason I think for like why his voice would be like two different people. Like, did Palisman like hurt his voice that much? Yeah, good enough. Um, Toon Boom, stop. What's happening here? It means there's a gap that hasn't been filled. Okay, that was weird. Oh well. I'm curious to see that. Alright, let's see. Oh, thank you so much for the tip. Wait, what? I'm confused. Sorry, I'm like half reading the chat because like I was focusing on this for a bit. Wow, I forgot to. That looks freaky. Here we go. Here we go, good enough. Yeah, good enough. Alright. Yep. Actually, there's one thing I forgot. And on the other one too. Alright, so here's that one. I'm going to re-export that one. Thank you. I might change the timing of that to have that shot be longer. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see. Oh, thank you so much, guys. It's more like there's other stuff in the animatic where I can't, you know, change the other stuff too much because I need to put a certain amount of things in there. But I think what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to export those as videos for a start. So because those loop, I'm gonna do something else maybe later with them. How many frames per second is this? 12. Like, the frame rate is 24 FPS, but I animate on 2s, so technically 12 frames per second. But what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna do an alternate version of that second one. And I'm just gonna add a blink to it. I'm not gonna do it the proper way, I'm gonna do it the messy way. This is definitely not the way to do it, but you know, this is just a one expert and Yeah, this is like the messy way to do things because I got lazy. I do not recommend doing that. Here we go. Now I'm gonna re-export that version. And then when I loop it, you know, in my software, I can add a blink to it. More like irregularly. Oh, there was a bot here? I didn't even see that. Alright, so that scene is done. And the sketch can go away. Here we go. So now that other scene that I could start from scratch is the way before that. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. Here we go. I feel like doing that one. So that one is going from frame 662 up until frame 724. So that one is probably gonna require some in-between animation. It's definitely gonna require some in-between animation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ink those ones first. And then I'm gonna in between the inks. Oh, the bot's name is like 69 girls. Oh god. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, you got like a mini sneak peek of some of the other scenes. The other background I posted, by the way, was a forest. That's for this scene. I'm debating on sketching that one or just straight up inking it. You know, the in-betweens, because the in-betweens aren't gonna be like that. Maybe I'll do like a super quick sketch and then add some. Yeah, spooky boy. I need to update the scene before that as well, because I want to add something else to it. So the outfits are so inconsistent that I'm not. I feel like they do have like fancy outfits at some point because I mean, when he got to the Isles, Philip was wearing something rather fancy. But then in the flashbacks, we also see them wearing like the. I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep the fancy clothes for now, and I'm just gonna say that Caleb drops them when he gets to, like when he decides to leave for the demon realm. You know what? I don't know how many layers it has, but there's quite a few. And some of them are in groups and stuff like, I really shouldn't be doing everything in the animatic file. I don't know why I'm doing that. Like, don't do what I do. You should be like exporting scene by scene, and then like having a file for every scene. Because like this is, I don't even know how. Let me check like the weight of this file. It's probably something insane like 2 gigabytes or something like that. So I feel like just checking the weight of the folder is gonna like make my computer crash, but hopefully not. So properties. Oh, it's not that bad. So the Toon Boom file for this is 138 megabytes. I thought it would be way more than this. Okay then. I don't think like Philip's clothes were from the demon realm at all, because I mean he kind of let himself go quite a bit with the beard, so it doesn't really make sense to me that he would like buy fancier clothes when like he has actual stains on his clothes. And he probably was broke as hell as well, because he didn't really. Did he have a job in the demon realm? Who knows what he was doing there? I think when he arrived, he came from a nicer family, maybe, because in the when they tell the story of the brothers, at first they had the fancier clothes and then they dropped them. So I'm going to assume that they came from a nicer family and then they had to wear like farm clothes or whatever, and then when they became witch hunters is when they got new fancy clothes, and then Caleb like didn't really like to dress like that maybe, and like so he dropped the fancy clothes when he got to the demon realm, but Philip kept them. That's how I think it works, because when we see like Philip going to the demon realm in the story with the puppet thingies, he's wearing his fancy purple. Actually, yeah, that doesn't make sense. His waistcoat was purple. But he still had a waistcoat, so who knows? You know what? I don't know. I don't even want to think about him not changing his outfit, because that's kind of disgusting. But he must have had a change of thing, because how did he? He had to have washed it. I refuse to believe he would not. I don't know. I mean, if he like never took it off, his clothes would be in way worse condition than they are now. Like if he like genuinely never washed them, I think they would be worse than like some stains on them. They would be like ripped everywhere and stuff. I don't know. Like that he like didn't wash them or himself as much as he should have. Yeah, I can see that, but he must have done it at least a little bit. Nah, I refuse to believe that he. Nah. I feel like after he dropped the beard, he kind of like snapped out of it. And I mean, okay, if he was really that dirty, there's no way his hair would look that good at the end of season 2. There's no way. Like, you can't have hair like that if you don't shower. I just know. I refuse to believe that. Like, his hair would have, I don't know, fallen off or something. He'd be balding. Magic clothes. I mean, he shaves a beard. He only had the beard, like... I, I don't think he had it, like, the whole... I think he came to the demon realm without it. And then he shaved it at some point. Maybe he was too uncomfortable with the mask. Maybe he was like, hey, maybe, like, I should stop looking like that, and decided to drop it. I don't know. I feel like people would have recognized him, because he said, like, Philip was run out of too many towns, so I'm guessing, like, you know... Maybe if he shaved, like, it's kind of like the whole Superman thing where when he puts sunglasses, like, no one knows who he is. As soon as Philip dropped his beard, no one knew who he was anymore. Yeah, my animation is like... I'm trying to make it as canon as possible, but obviously, you know, there's a lot of stuff we didn't see, so I have to make up some things. But I'm trying my best to keep close to, like, what the portraits have shown and all of that. You know what? I'm actually wondering, like, do they not have printers in the Demon Realm? Because they have always wanted posters that look like they're hand drawn, but they have Penstagram that can take photos. I'm kind of confused here. Imagine if, like, every time, like, they deliver newspaper or something, they have to do it the old-fashioned way where someone just, like, handwrites everything over and over and over again. They must have magic to do something, I don't know, maybe to, like, they can copy papers, but they can't, like, originally print them? I don't know. Imagine if, like, the printer was an actual demon person, like, who can just print stuff for his mouth or something. Just some creature, you know? Kind of like how phones are like those bird things. I don't think Philip dyed his hair, because I've actually looked it up, and there's some guys who apparently can go, like, blonde-ish instead of gray. And Dana drew him with gray hair in her drawings. So I'm gonna assume that he just, I don't know, he just got lucky with genetics. Uh, I don't. The reason I think he doesn't dye his hair is because we see the stripes in his hair like appear. When he's like in his Preacher era, he doesn't have three like different colors in his hair. He only has two. So I know he could have just changed his hairstyle, but it makes more sense because the like wider grayer stripe only appeared like later. Bird phones need batteries. You know what? That would be funny. If it was another demon that was just a demon, a battery demon. I mean, actually, Luz is using like some kind of bugs to like power her phone, so you know what? That could be a thing. Yep, this is live. Thank you. I made Caleb carve a bird, but it wasn't a talisman. So my idea was that he just liked birds in general. But that, you know, Evelyn was the one who made Flapjack or who owned him originally, I'm not sure. Or like gave it to Caleb or something, but in the first animation I made, the idea was that he just likes, you know, wood carving in general, like before like the whole magic thing. I thought it was like a nice parallel, I guess. Oh my god, rice pudding, that's dark. How did they light that on fire though if it was wet? Like, would it even catch? I have a feeling that she carved Flapjack, yeah. Because Philip said Evelyn when, you know, the Flapjack thing happened in season 3. I'm not gonna spoil in case some people here haven't seen the episode, but because it wouldn't make sense if it was her talisman, just because then it would have just, you know, come down to like the next person in the generation. I don't think people just like give their talisman. It's like giving your dog to someone. That doesn't, I don't know. I wonder why Lilith was allowed to keep her talisman. I also really wonder if Philip knows that Lilith is, technically is like great, like, niece or whatever. Because I guess he could like have lost track of generations, but it also doesn't make a lot of sense to me that he wouldn't have kept, you know, kept track of what his brother's like wife or girlfriend was up to. Especially if they had a child together, because, you know, he would probably be kind of upset about that, so wouldn't he have wanted to keep track of the family? Unless they went into hiding or something, and... Oh, damn. Yeah, history has a lot of dark things in it. I'm gonna be right back for literally just a minute. I have returned. Oh god, anarchy. Yeah, that's the thing though. Even like if he didn't know her name, wouldn't he be keeping track of her? Like, wouldn't he want to kill her like even more than all the other witches too? Because I'm pretty sure like in his mind he blames her for like Caleb's death as well. So I feel like he would have wanted to make sure that she dies too, like way before, you know, all the stuff that we know. So I feel like he would know if she had descendants and stuff. Yeah, I'm back. Order in the court. It's alright, I don't mind a bit of anarchy. Wow, my pen is starting to like really act up, that's not good. I need to get a new tablet at some point in the near future because my tablet is like, I think I've had it for like 8 or 9 years now, and it's starting to like act up sometimes. Yeah, I want to know about that too. Like, did Evelyn curse him? Because if so, I want to know what the curse is. Because it was, you know, we were told that the beast was his, like, was just a talisman doing that. And he was already consuming talisman before Caleb's murder. So, like, then what's up with the curse? Skill issues. Wow, my pen is like really acting up now. Like, look at the pen pressure, it's like all over the place. Maybe I'll like give it a rest for a little bit and go back to it or something. I mean, even if the thing of being cursed by wild magic was a lie, we literally see Evelyn shooting something at him though. So that has to... I don't know what that is, but it had to be... have done something. Because you know, if it was just like a normal spell, like fire or whatever, it wouldn't make sense that they actually show that. I feel like if it show it, it has to be plot relevant in some way. The covens like don't teach you, you know, plant and abomination magic. It just makes you choose one of them. I mean, would it be bad luck? He already had bad luck, so I don't think he would. Thank you. I feel like I shouldn't be detailing that rope so much because this is gonna be the death of me when I animate that. I think I'm not gonna add the stripes into it, that's too much. Like, even with the style, it's over detailed. Each individual thread now. Because the style of the owl house is also, you know, simplified, so I feel like if I do... It adds too much focus on the rope, I think. I need to tone it down a little bit. I'm just fixing a couple things while I ink it. Oh, I'm so sick of it, this pen pressure, like, acting up. I really need to buy a new tablet, but it's so expensive. Hey. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's implied that they became witch hunters to fit in with the town that they moved to. You know what? Now it kind of makes me wonder if they were actually like a different religion or something, like before. Because they could have come from anywhere. Though I'm pretty sure, like, even Christians were anti-witchcraft at the time, so I guess, you know. I'm pretty sure atheists were, like, really not that common back then. Organized chaos. Oh my god, that pen pressure is driving me nuts. It's getting worse with time. Like, it used to do it once in every, you know, every so often, and now it's like almost every day. I have to like press really hard for it to not do that. And like angle the stylus in a specific way. Alright, first a noose. Yeah, I'm gonna simplify it. Thank you so much. I finished another scene earlier. I did a background and I animated another scene, so now I'm switching to a new one. Hello. Yeah, it does require a lot of patience. I've been at it for like, I think that's the 6th or 7th day now. And I must have spent, God, Maybe... I've been working on this for anywhere between, I'd say, 12 to 20 hours a day. Don't do what I do, obviously, because, you know, it's bad for you, but... So there's already, like, quite a few hours spent on it. This is gonna take me most likely, like, at least a month to make. If I keep working, you know, that many hours a day. I can leave the stream up if you want me to. Hey. Hello. I don't work for the show. I wish. I'm gonna have to put a disclaimer like this isn't canon every time I stream because you have no idea how many people have been asking me that now. Uncanny how? That sounds like a bad thing. Oh, I see. Thank you, in that case. Usually uncanny means like, you know, something not as good. I've just been practicing it a lot. How many Grimwalkers? I'd say something like 25 maybe. I mean, just the Stone Sleeper lungs, they seem like such a pain to get a hold of that I don't know, I don't think he could have made like, you know, that many. But still, like, replacing them every couple of years, which, when you think about it, is pretty dark. There's no way he would have made thousands, because remember also that he needs a bone from Caleb to make them. So he couldn't have made, you know, he's kind of limited in the amount. I mean, thousands would imply that he's made multiple per year, which is kind of insane when you think about it. I think the first few, like, especially when he didn't have people to gather, like, the materials for him, he made them way less often because he had to, like, gather all that stuff himself. Oh my god, that pen pressure is driving me nuts. If it keeps doing it, I might, like, end the stream soonish, because hopefully it will fix itself, you know, quickly enough. I don't know if it's like, it's hard to explain. I don't think he like he wanted power over him, but I don't think it's like in an enjoyment kind of way. I think it's more like of wanting him to stay. It's definitely like unhealthy, but I think the goal was more like, oh, I don't want to be alone again type thing. So he would like control them more and more over the years. Like, first, maybe the first couple of them, he was nicer to them, and then like every time he didn't, you know, they didn't follow what he said, he would like become more and more like controlling towards them or something like that. I'm definitely gonna reopen commissions after that stream because I need to replace that tablet. Like, I feel like it's gonna die like way too soon. It's acting up like way more than usual. Oh my god. See what I mean? It's like the line is either like, it's so annoying. I'm technically like always open for commissions. It's more like I haven't advertised them in a while. I don't know if Hunter having brown eyes is gonna change that much, just because, I mean, he already called Hunter Caleb, you know, in his, like, beast form, so I think he's already pretty far gone at that point. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to end the stream, I think, because the pen pressure is just not... I'm sorry, I really wanted to keep working on it, but I'm gonna take a break maybe and see, like, if I leave it alone for a while, if it fixes itself, because it keeps acting up really badly. I already got quite a bit done today. So maybe I'll stream again in the next few days or something like that. Maybe tomorrow. But thanks everyone who came to watch my stream. And I will keep posting work in progress stuff on Instagram and Tumblr mostly, and I'll post some GIFs in, you know, YouTube as well. So yeah, thank you to everyone who stayed and watched the stream. And have a good day, everyone. See ya!